Like to call, time is 5:33. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Pemberton,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sosa,
Present.
and Mayor Trujillo.
Here. Now's the time for public comment. I remind speakers that the public comment period is reserved for comments about the items listed under the closed session agenda. There's an opportunity later in the meeting for general public comment. This is a business meeting and we have business to attend to in the next hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council regarding closed session items. I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive one warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any public comment regarding closed session items, written public comment that should be incorporated into the record?
We have not, Mayor.
Okay. How many speakers have taken a number?
We have none, Mayor.
Very well. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So moved.
Second.
So ordered by the mayor. The city council will now recess to close session under the following authorities. Number one, Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D subsection 1, conference with legal counsel due to existing litigation, Margarita Avellaneda versus City of Downey et al., Los Angeles Superior Court Case Number 22 STCV 29742. Number two, Government Code Section 54956.95. It's a workers' comp liability claim. The claimant is Kevin McCaster. The claim number is 22-165103 with WCAB number ADJ 163-599-59. The agency claimed against is the City of Downey. And number three, Government Code Section 54956.95, another liability claim, workers' compensation. The claimant is Paul Dunlap, claim number 17-130744. It's claimed against the City of Downey. We will now recess to close session. The time is 5:36. I will now reconvene the regular city council meeting closed session. City Attorney Funk, will you please report the closed session action?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. The City Council tonight convened in closed session to address each of the items on the closed session agenda. There are no reportable action from the proceedings this evening. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Before we begin the regular city council meeting open session, I would like to remind members of the audience that anyone wishing to speak during public comment must obtain a number card from the city clerk. If you do not obtain a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room and city staff will issue you a number card. Lining up during public comment will not be permitted, and each speaker should remain in their seat until their number is called. The time clock will begin when you begin your comments. Tonight, there will be 2 public comment periods. The first public comment period will be for comments related to public hearing item number 1, which deals with approval of federal community block grant money and home investment partnership grant for fiscal year 24-25 in the annual action plan. The second public comment period will be for comments related to items listed on the agenda, including consent calendar items and non-agenda items within the City Council's jurisdiction. Members of the public wishing to speak on the public hearing item should obtain a yellow number card. Those wishing to speak on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items should obtain a blue number card. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting open session. The time is 6:36. City Clerk Duarte, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Frometa,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Pemberton,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sosa,
Present.
and Mayor Trujillo.
Here. Okay, and now to lead us in invocation, we're going to ask Pastor Chris Farmisaran from the Downey Seventh-day Adventist Church to please come forward. And forgive me if I misspelled your name, Pastor. Where is he? Is the pastor here? Is he here? Okay, who's ready? Who do I call him? Okay, it appears he may be running a little late, so why don't we go straight to the flag salute? I know that we have some young ladies who have been eagerly awaiting for tonight, and so I'm gonna ask Girl Scout Troop 3675 and Troop 363 to please come down to the podium. Good evening. Okay. So whenever you're ready, I want you to start, but I want you to turn around and face the flag when it's time to start, okay? So everybody turn around and face the flag. And now we're ready, so go ahead. Whenever you're ready, you can start. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, thank you so much. Now's the time for City Council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, and conference meeting and reports. And I'll start to my right with Mayor Pro Tem Sosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I attended several scholarship events that happen this time of year. I won't bore you with all of them. I'll share a couple of meetings that I attended. I did attend our Veterans Committee meeting, as I am the chair for that, representing the city of Downey. And we get together, we're trying to get together at least on a quarterly basis if we have any veterans in the crowd. We always have guest speakers to just discuss and share resources that are available to our local veterans, and provide some education on those resources. So just look for that. We'll be meeting on a quarterly basis, and I think it's invaluable information that we share that our veterans can benefit from. Also, I did attend the Memorial Day Remembrance ceremony yesterday at the Downey Cemetery. Nice job by Parks and Rec and the Cemetery Commission, Brian Heyman, Mario Guerra, Rick Rodriguez. It was just a beautiful ceremony, as always, in honoring our fallen military heroes. Also today, along with my colleague, Councilmember Claudia Fermetta, I did attend the City School District Task Force, which is a joint effort by the City of Downey and the school district in Downey. As you know, we have 20 schools in this district, and I think it's imperative that we maintain a strategic, strong partnership that we have, so we're on the same page with respect to safety, education, and just stuff that all the stuff happening in our city. I did attend the Touch a Truck event. That was a great event, as always. Seems to be getting bigger and bigger every year. The kids really love seeing those big trucks. I also attended, I was invited by State Gallery. They had an art display by over 600 students from Downey Unified grade schools and middle schools. And that was at the Stonewood Mall. Just a bunch of impressive artwork by our students. So thank you to State Gallery for inviting me to that. I do have a couple of staff requests, a couple of agenda items. I'd like staff to look into a sort of a shared office space, incubator type, in the downtown Downey area. I think that would be a good thing in that area. It would provide some diversity with respect to the different shops and offices there. And I think if you have a professional workspace and jobs, it might have some traffic flow during the week to some of these businesses and shops. So if we can take a look at that, can I get a second on that, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you. And also one more an additional request, fresh off celebrating Memorial Day in remembrance. I'd like for staff to look into an armed forces parade or military parade. I know the city of Torrance does it every year, and maybe that's something we can do in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. We have one Armed Forces Day per year, one Veterans Day per year, and I think that's unfortunate. I think we should be recognizing our heroes more often throughout the year.
I will second that.
Thank you. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pemberton?
Thank you, Mayor Trujillo. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. As my colleague had said, yesterday, Monday, was Memorial Day, and for some it was the time to come together with friends and family or just have a day off work. But the true reason we celebrate is to remember and to give thanks for those in the military that have given us our freedom, and to always remember our fallen soldiers gave the ultimate sacrifice that many of our men and women in the military had given. There's something that was given to me, shared with me. It's called the Empty Table of Honors, and I'd like to read it. Perhaps you've seen a table, an empty place setting, and it's meant for the military soldier that has not come back. And it has a plate on there, it has a napkin, it has a rose. And let me just briefly read to you the Empty Table Honors. The white tablecloth represents the purity of their response to our country's call. The empty chair depicts an unknown face, representing no specific soldier, sailor, Marine, or airman, but all who are not here with us. The black napkin stands for the emptiness these warriors have left in the hearts of their family and friends. The single red rose reminds us of their families and loved ones, and the red ribbon tied around the rose represents the love of our country, which inspired them to answer the nation's call. There's a plate on the table. The slices of lemon on the bread plate remind us of their bitter fate. The salt upon the bread plate represents the tears of their families. The wine glass that is turned upside down reminds us that our distinguished comrades cannot be with us to drink a toast. Let us honor American POWs, MIAs, and those who cannot be with us now, and to the success of those efforts to account for them. Thank you, Mr. Squire, for that. I also attended, as my colleague said, the ceremony at the Downey Cemetery. It was quite inspiring. Thank you to the chair of the cemetery district, Mario Guerra, Brian Heyman, also all the staff and Public Works, the flags. Our fire department was out there. They raised the flags. It was quite memorable. And when they played taps, they had 3 trumpeters located on the cemetery grounds. As they played taps, 3 planes flew by overhead. And that, to me, was something very inspiring and made us remember why we were there. I also had the chance to go to our neighboring town of Pico Rivera. It's called the AV, Antelope Valley, Vietnam Traveling Memorial Wall. It's a 3/5 scale of the wall in DC. And that was a very moving experience to see firsthand. And I would like to see if Downey could host this one year. I'd like staff to investigate, if our colleagues agree, the availability and the cost, because this came to their town. They put it on display around the ball field, say the outfield left and right, and they have all the names of the soldiers there from when it started to when it ended. The Vietnam War ended in 1975. So would I get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, it was brought to my attention that Pico Rivera is a Purple Heart city, and perhaps Downey can be as well. A Purple Heart city is a city that honors and remembers military personnel who have been wounded or killed in combat. The Purple Heart is the oldest military medal in the United States, created by George Washington in 1782. It is awarded to members of the U.S. Armed Forces who have been wounded by an enemy weapon, killed in action, or died from their wounds while serving their country. The designation of Purple Heart City also expresses gratitude to the community's Purple Heart recipients and recognizes the city's support for military personnel and families. And it also mentioned that the U.S. honors 1.6 million Purple Heart recipients. So I looked online, and we have a list here of all the Purple Heart cities. The closest one to Downey is Pico Rivera. That's it. And then there's Los Angeles, there's Anaheim. So perhaps we can look into finding out how we might be able to be a Purple Heart city as well in supporting our military. And then I'd also mention that we had also gone to national, here locally, last week was National Public Works Appreciation Week. And we honored all of our Public Works employees with a breakfast and for the week for all they do behind the scenes. So if you see someone in orange, that's our Public Works worker, and give them a wave or thank them. They appreciate it. We attended, my colleague here, Councilmember Frometa and I, the Contract City Seminar, and we learned from other cities. They had different programs that we can bring back programs here. Something I wanted to share and learn is that when Supervisor Janice Hahn was speaking, she mentioned how she's working with the state on the homeless issue with Norwalk Metropolitan State Hospital. There's a facility that's been there for a long time, and they're trying to get approximately 200 more beds built there so that we have a place for the homeless and the unhoused in our neighborhood. Norwalk also is willing to do that as well. And I just wanted to mention residents had a concern of the Suva Street Bridge because there's been a lot of traffic. We talked about that with the island and construction. And in speaking here with our city manager, he has informed me that the county handles that bridge. That's their bridge, and they do inspect it annually. But I'd like to see that we have what is the latest report, that it's up to date and current, so that we can be sure that it is, safe to travel over.
Second, if you
thank
need
you.
it.
So my follow-up would be perhaps the Purple Heart City, if we can become one and be on the list. And also investigate producing a digital newsletter. I've seen other cities have a digital newsletter. We have the orbit of things to do, but maybe quarterly, that would give our residents a technical way to look at things rather than have it mailed, a digital, what we've done, what's coming up, and maybe we can look into doing something like that as well.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. It's great seeing everyone here. I did attend a couple events. I attended the 68th Annual Community Service Awards Banquet. I also attended the Touch a Truck event with our Mayor Pro Tem Hector Sosa, which is I do agree it's getting bigger and bigger every year, so it's a great event. And this year, I want to thank Mayor Trujillo. I think you're the one that brought in the helicopter here this year, so I just want to say thank you. A lot of kids really like that. I also attended the National Public Works Week Recognition Awards, and yesterday I attended the Memorial Day ceremony at the Downey Cemetery with our council colleagues, Dorothy Pemberton and Mayor Pro Tem Hector Sosa, which is a great event. I just want to give a round of applause to everybody who has served. So if anybody has served, if you can please rise. I just want to give thanks to everybody here who has served and given sacrifice to our great country. Thank you so much. I do have one ask for staff. I want to ask staff if they could give us a report on the arterial repaving program plan for the next few years. I know I brought it up during our budget conversations. I just want to see if you can show us the condition index of the roads that we have the following next years, and if we can rank the priority of what we want as a council for the next streets that we want to repave. If I can have a second for that.
Second.
Thank you. And that concludes my comments for today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Frometa.
Thank you for that. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It is always a pleasure to see all of you here in your council meeting. First, I want to say thank you to the men and women and the families that sacrifice so much for our freedoms. Yesterday, they were celebrations of remembrance and honored and paid tribute and respect to our fallen soldiers. But at the same time, I want to recognize the veterans that came back from wars, whether World War II, Vietnam War, the Korean War, and many others. These veterans perhaps still struggle with PTSD. They struggle with survival's guilt. And while some of their brothers and sisters in the armed forces came back from World War II or Korean War or other wars as heroes, our Vietnam War veterans came back to be spit on based on the political climate of that time. And so every time we remember Memorial Day and or Veterans Day, I think it's important to not only remember those that lost their lives valiantly fighting for our freedoms so that we can fly this flag proudly, but also the families that sacrificed and that continued to mourn. And as my council member Pemberton read a little bit of that poem, there's that empty seat and there's that hole in their heart that will never be filled. So thank you. Thank you for those veterans that are here tonight. I know you've been acknowledged, but I want to say thank you again. Thank you for the families that may be watching us on YouTube. Some of our younger generations may never know the sacrifice of war and the pain of losing someone. We are losing many members of the greatest generation. And we just continue to thank our military families and remember their sacrifices. Thank you, Lee. for continuing to remind us through your many emails of the debt, the great debt that we can never repay our military families. And thank you, Brian, for this very special pin. Paying tribute to our Vietnam War veterans. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge, thank you. I would like to acknowledge tonight some people in the audience that are special in the community. You are all special, but these individuals are significantly more based on their contributions to our community, and that is with us today is former Downey Unified School Board member Martha Sodetanyi. As well as our executive director for the Chamber of Commerce, Michael Calvert. Downey Federal Credit Union CEO, Ray Messler. Thank you for joining us tonight. And certainly I know we have special people that will be recognized from the Assistance League. I see a lot of wonderful, familiar faces. Thank you for joining us, and you will be recognized shortly. As has been said, I don't want to over-repeat what has been already reported, but we did have a meeting earlier today with Dr. John Garcia and school board member and upcoming board president, Linda Saldana, and our school board city task force. And as you know, we have, as was stated by Mayor Pro Tem Sosa, there's 20 schools in this city. We have over 22,000 students. And while we are two completely separate organizations, we are run separately. The school district is their own and the city's our own. But we maintain a strong relationship and a strong communication. And we have these meetings to ensure that from a public safety standpoint, we are working together, and that we, from a strategic plan perspective, that we are also sharing what our plans are for the future, as it involves many of the families in our city. More things to come, but just so you know, we continue the conversation and our relationship continues to remain strong. I did attend, as was mentioned, the contract cities. I finished a 2-year term as an executive board member for Contract Cities Association, and I was really happy to, alongside my colleague, Councilmember Pemberton, on the last evening of the conference, the city of Downey was named the recipient of a very special award, and that was the John Todd Award, which exemplifies great collaboration and partnership across cities and organizations. And there were many other cities that submitted entries for this award, but it was our city, and thank you to our city manager and staff for submitting this entry. I want to let the community know that this entry was about the program that was started some years ago. And this is the collaboration that our police department, our mental health experts, and the county, the Department of Mental Health and the County of Los Angeles have to deal with individuals in high distress during calls. And this is an important step to respond effectively and efficiently to individuals in distress. Last week, we recognized there is Mental Health Awareness Day, and It is important if there is anyone in your family or in our community that is experiencing high levels of mental stress or distress, to please seek help. There is help available, and we need to make sure that we are there for our community. I think I have provided the second to some of my colleagues' requests, and without further ado, I will turn it over for your comments.
Thank you. I too attended the Contract Cities Conference. Always a good opportunity for us to learn about what other cities are doing. So thank you for that. I also attended the Downey Coordinating Council Volunteer of the Year dinner, where they recognized numerous volunteers. That was a good event. We had our latest strategic plan update. We're always trying to plan ahead for the city. I thought that was a very worthwhile, effective session to help us look at the direction that the city is going in. I'm happy to say that I still believe that Downey is the most desirable city, at least in the southeast part of LA County. I was invited to, and thank you for the invitation, to the Soroptimist, to their annual scholarship dinner. And we attended the National Public Works Breakfast, recognizing the men and women in our Public Works Department. One future agenda item, LA CATA has reached out. They're asking to be placed on the next agenda, which I believe is June 11th, to request a street closure on August 10th in the downtown.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And addressing our agenda for tonight, I'm going to table, unless there's any objections, item number 13, a part of the consent calendar tonight.
No objections.
Okay, so that item will be tabled till further notice. And now I'm going to turn it over to our city manager for his or staff member comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Much appreciated. I think there, as far as the future agenda items go, the looking to become a Purple Heart city. Just need a second. I don't think I heard one on that one.
Second.
Thank you. As far as the LLA CATA street closure, I know staff is working on that one, but I don't know if it'll be ready for the next agenda. Probably.
Yeah, so staff is currently working communications, but we're still waiting for formal documents to be submitted in order for that to be reviewed by staff and then to bring it to the city council meeting. We haven't received anything formally.
But we will bring that as soon as possible to the council.
Sounds good. If somebody could reach out to them and let them know what needs to be done.
Happy to do that, Mayor. Thank you. And just a couple of other items of interest was mentioned the John S. Todd Award. The city also has a couple other awards that it received recently. In particular from SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, we received a sustainability award for our solar improvement project that we conducted here at City Hall and other places within the city, as well as we received two distinguished budget awards from the Government Finance Officers Association and the California Society of Missile Finance Officers for our distinguished, for our presentation of the annual budget, which was the 12th year in a row that we've received that award. So continuing with our excellence in those areas. And that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would now come down for presentations. Okay, for the first recognition tonight of the Mayor's Excellence Award, I've chosen Downey Food Helps. Downey Food Helps is a vital nonprofit dedicated to combating food insecurity in the city of Downey. It was founded to ensure that no resident goes hungry. The organization has made a significant impact through various initiatives. Among its key contributions are regular food drives and events that provide nutritious meals to thousands, with supply sourced from local food banks, grocery stores, and local businesses. Volunteers play a pivotal role in sorting, packaging, and distributing the food, fostering a strong sense of community and shared purpose. In times of crisis such as job loss or natural disaster, Downey Food Help provides immediate food support to affected families. Through collaborative efforts with schools, religious institutions, and other nonprofits, the organization broadens its reach and impact, ensuring a comprehensive approach to tackling food insecurity in Downey. And with so many issues that we face as a city, I strongly believe that making sure everyone has at least one good meal a day is important. Here in Downey, the good Americans that we are, we believe in taking care of our own, especially our seniors, women, children, and disabled, and of course, our veterans, who absolutely need to continue to honor because of the freedoms that they have fought for us. But tonight is about Downey Food Helps, and I want to recognize, in particular, Beth Gendro. In my morning walks outside of the Orange Estates, I would constantly see the lines on Saturday mornings and got to learn about the organization and the amazing work you're doing, Beth. I wanted to recognize you and simply say thank you for doing some of the most important work in our city. So please come down and be recognized. In recognition of your outstanding dedication and commitment to enriching the lives and potential of our community by providing food to those in need, I want to recognize you, the organization, and of course you individually, Beth, with the Mayor's Excellence Award. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank you for this recognition. It takes a lot of us to do what we do. This last Saturday, we gave out food to 270 families. On an average, we give to 250 to 300 families a week. So I want to thank all of our donors, and I want to thank just all of our volunteers. We usually have about 100 volunteers that come in throughout the week to help us put this together for our neighbors and our community on Saturdays. So thank you very much, and thank you again for the recognition.
Let's take a picture. Beth, if anybody wants to volunteer, how can they find you? Where do they get a hold of you?
You can come Saturday mornings. We distribute our food from 8 o'clock to 11. I'm there at 6 o'clock in the morning, so usually from about 6 to 1:30, we'd be happy to have you help us.
And the church is located on?
It's Downey First Christian Church on 4th and Lorena.
Lorena.
Yes.
Excellent. 4th and Lorena, Saturday mornings. Thank you. You guys want to hang by? All right, our next recognition, this group has actually been around longer than we've been incorporated as a city. The Assistance League of Downey has been serving the citizens of Downey since 1953. It began with 10 visionary women led by Jane Strang, who served from 1953 to 1955. Today, the Assistance League has grown to 155 dedicated members who volunteer over 19,400 hours annually, supporting over 200 individuals, and I'm sure most of them are Downeyites, all right? Each year, the Assistance League of Downey awards multiple scholarships to graduating high school students in our school district. These students have demonstrated exceptional volunteerism within their community. The scholarships can be applied towards tuition, books, and other school-related needs, enabling students to attend accredited post-secondary education programs. Additionally, the Assistance League provides new clothing to children in Downey Public Schools through Operation School Bell. Hygiene kits assembled by the assistings are distributed alongside clothing by the Assistance League members. Operation School Bell offers more than just just a new wardrobe. It helps children fit in with peers and empowers them to reach their full potential. New clothing has the potential to boost self-esteem, encourage regular school attendance, and enhance academic performance. Through unwavering dedication and a commitment to service, the Assistance League of Downey continues to make a profound impact on our community, and that is why they are being recognized tonight. By providing scholarships, clothing, and essential resources, the organization empowers individuals to reach that full potential. The tireless efforts of its members ensure that the legacy of giving and support, which started in 1953, will continue to thrive and positively influence future generations in Downey, as seen by their amazing work with the assistings. And that's why tonight I wanted to recognize this amazing group, and I want to call upon Lynn Adams to receive the Mayor's Excellence Award that's being provided to the Assistance League of Downey. Please welcome Lynn. Madam President, congratulations. On behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments which have greatly benefited our community and advanced our shared goal of making our city a better place for all, wanted to recognize you with the Mayor's Excellence Award. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, and feel free to invite down the board, okay? A few words.
On behalf of the Assistance League of Downey, we want to thank the City Council and for all of their support over the years, and especially you, Mr. Mayor, for this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down, board members. Get you in the front.
Hi. Congratulations.
Okay.
Never got a chance to ask you.
Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm in your district.
No,
There's plenty.
I'm all good. It's all good. Yeah. I like the divas.
These are all the divas.
I know.
Housing for medical emergencies.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. The Assistance League also has a beautiful house, one of our historic homes, La Casa de Parley Johnson, which is available for your events. So please look it up, support La Casa de Parley Johnson, as well as second time around, right? Yes. So they actually have great stuff. It's on Second and Downey. Yes. Yeah, I actually bought I think you guys had like a St. John's suit one time. You have really good stuff. So please support second time around the thrift shop on Downey Avenue, Second and Downey. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to some proclamations. The first one is in honor of Public Works Week, May 19th to the 25th. We're going to call upon Matthew Baumgartner, the Director of Public Works, to accept the and help me make this proclamation. Come forward, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Every year, it's a great opportunity to recognize the 77 full-time employees that maintain the city's infrastructure. This includes over 214 miles of city streets and alleys, over 200 miles of water mains and sewer mains, as well as 20,000 trees in town, and over 6,700 street lights. Many of our staff actually are city residents, and those that are not treated as their second home. And we're very grateful for this opportunity and to serve the community before us. Thank you very much.
So if you see our men and women, they wear the orange shirts with our city emblem, please thank them for their work. And now we're going to issue a proclamation in honor of Older American Month to Janet Caborn. And let me read a little bit. Did I say that right? Is it Caborn? Caborn. Janet Caborn. Where is Janet? Before we bring her up, let me say a few words. She's a Downey resident who routinely visits our amazing senior center, the Barbara J. Riley Community Center, which is near Apollo Park. And although she started coming to the facility after COVID, she's been a resident of Downey for 11 years and is a member of the Women's Club. She's an excellent example of getting involved in the community. She's very welcoming and interacts with everyone within the facility, making them feel welcomed. Janet takes the time to get to know staff and often spends the beginnings of her visits checking in with the staff. She speaks positively of others and is always prepared to assist those who are new to the center. Janet always partakes in a variety of different programming at the center, but you can always find her visiting the Kaiser Permanente Fitness Center, which is a free amenity for those like myself, 50 and older. She attends many of the excursions offered and is often a person staff reaches out to for her feedback that makes these experiences even better for the future. We're so grateful to have Janet be a part of our community. On behalf of the City of Downey's Park and Rec Department, we thank you for your involvement and congratulations on being the 2024 Downey Older American of the Year. Please come down and be recognized, Ms. Caborn. Yes. A few words.
Good evening. I am going to read this. Thank you for this honor of recognition. I would like to thank the City of Downey and the Barbara J. Riley Senior Center for all the activities that have been made available to the senior community, which I truly enjoy. I have made so many new friends and acquaintances, and all of this has been an absolutely positive experience for me, so thank you very much. Thank you.
and now we're going to proclaim in honor of Military Appreciation Month, and we're going to call upon Major Promotable Victor Shen of the United States Army to please come forward and be recognized. Yes. In appreciation of Military Appreciation Month, we want to thank you for your service and for accepting the proclamation. Thank you. A few words.
You know, when I first saw the agenda, I thought it said between older and youth that this was the middle age award. But in all seriousness, this is quite an honor, and on behalf of more than 2.5 million teammates across the Department of Defense, we appreciate the support and love from the city of Downey. You know, there's a book that was written out of Harvard maybe about 20 years ago called Bowling Alone. And it talked about the decline of civic and social connections. But when I come to an event like this and I see the Downey connectedness and the love and the appreciation that we share as a community here in Southeast LA, and particularly Downey, I'm reaffirmed of why we serve and why we continue to do what we do. So thank you so much to the city of Downey for this great honor.
Share a picture now. So council members, we have various commissions that we get to appoint individuals to. And tonight we wanted to recognize and thank a couple of our outgoing youth commissioners. Please know that I'm thankful for the hours of service and your opinions, which we get reports as to what the commission is doing. I'm often amazed of the ideas, the creativity that you come up with. But you also think about our youth and how important they are, and how we can make this a better city for our youth. So I want to thank you for that. The Downey Youth Commission is comprised of 15 students appointed by the City Council. This past year, the Youth Commission set goals for themselves to accomplish, such as planning the annual Student Government Day, in which 68 students from Downey, Warren, and Columbus were in attendance here at City Hall. Thank you to the council members who took of their time to be here with the students that day. They also worked towards promoting entrepreneurship, the youth commissioners did. Amongst our youth, they actually built a framework for a youth vendor fair. Before we have two outgoing commissioners who are future engineers and an attorney, all right? They have dedicated their term to our community, and we thank them for their service. Both have reapplied to be a youth commissioner for a final term to continue on that service. So council members, please remember these names. We have Jana Abdel Munem. She's not graduating. Please come forward, and she'll be majoring in aerospace engineering. And we have Isabela Lopez Gudiel, not just graduating, but she will major in poli-sci and hopefully become a future attorney. So please come down, Isabela. Thank you so much for your service. It's okay. Would you say a few words? Practice your public speaking. Who's first?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabella. Yes. I represent District 3 of the Youth Commission. I'd just like to thank Mayor and council members for selecting me. It has been such a pleasure to represent the youth of Downey. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Jen Abdulmanam. I represent District 4 of the city of Downey, and I've served 2 years on the Downey Youth Commission, and I wish to continue serving, and it's such a great opportunity for everyone to just give back to your community, and yeah, I hope to see them again next year. Thank you.
Okay, so there is one public hearing item this evening. And if you have children today and you came for the presentations, this might be a good time to exit. We know you have to probably feed the kids and get them to bed. So we won't be offended if you leave now, if you want to. But there is one public hearing. You're welcome to stay the entire night. This is for approval of the Federal Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership for grant for fiscal year 24-25 in accordance with our annual action plan. This is under the purview of the Community Development Department. That the City Council, number 1, approve the proposed fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan and authorize the city manager or his designee to submit the document and the required certification to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And 2, authorize the city manager or his designee to modify and execute any and all appropriate instruments, agreements, contracts, and implementing documents related to the implementation and administration of the proposed fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan, community development block grant, and home investment partnership grant program, including subrecipient grant contracts and agreements based on the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's appropriation to the city. The hour having arrived, the public hearing is now open. The time is 7:27 p.m. City Clerk Duarte, do you have proof of publication?
I do, Mayor.
Can I have a motion and a second to receive and file the publication?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Pemberton. Please vote. Oh, yes. This is to receive and file the publication. Please vote.
The motion is approved unanimously.
City Manager Bradley, is there a staff report for this item?
Yes, Mayor, we'll have Austin Ramirez, our Economic Development Director, come up with the report.
Good evening. Thank you for the time, Mayor and City Council. Also joining me in the audience is David Munoz from MDG Associates. He's here in case any technical questions arise that I'm unable to answer. MDG, as you know, is our consultant that helps us manage and administer these funds. To start, just as a reminder, what this action plan will do is outline how we intend to invest our CDBG and home dollars to support low to moderate income households within eligible census tracts. These are annually recurring federal grant dollars. And then just as a comparison for this upcoming year's allocation in 24-25 with last year's, we saw about a 5% increase in the CDBG allocation, but a 13% decrease in the home allocation. Because the CDBG allocation is much larger, the net decrease is only about 1% overall. So our total allocation is very similar to last year's annual action plan. This table here is specific to our CDBG budget. So you can see our recurring housing rehabilitation program. We'll talk a little bit more about the demand for that program and the status of the wait list later in the presentation. We also have 3 public service program subrecipients. We have the 1020 Club, which is a repeat subrecipient, LA Centers for Alcohol and Drug Abuse, which is another repeat subrecipient. And then we also have a new subrecipient this year, Veterans Stand Together. Veterans Stand Together will provide workforce development and job training, crisis management, and homelessness prevention services to low-income veterans here in the Downey community. This also matches well with our other efforts across the city to better support veterans in Downey. In addition to the public service allocations, we also have our recurring Section 108 loan repayments, Fair Housing Foundation services, and then general program administration. I wanted to provide a little more detail on how we evaluate public service applications and the nonprofits that apply for that funding. And so here on this slide are the 8 evaluation criteria that we use. At a minimum, those proposals need to meet HUD's national objectives, which are very broad categories. And then also they need to comply and be eligible with CDBG and home uses and investments of those funds. After that, we really start to dive a little deeper into the organizations themselves and the proposed activities. I do want to just highlight the agency capacity criteria as one that's incredibly important. Federal dollars, particularly CDBG and home, are some of the most resource intensive to not only administer for cities, but for subrecipients to receive, manage, and then comply with those requirements. And so one of the pieces of education that we're constantly doing is making sure applicants know that these funds are not a great fit for all organizations. Many organizations need to add staff or capacity just to manage these requirements alone. This next table is specific to our home budget. So you can see our housing rehabilitation program through the home program, affordable housing partnership, our homeless rental assistance program, and then general program administration. And then as I mentioned, I wanted to provide an update on our housing rehabilitation wait list. I know this was a topic of discussion at last year's annual action plan public hearing. At that time, that wait list was 149. And so since then, MDG staff and city staff have done a great job of being proactive and going through that full list and narrowing it down to applicants or potential applicants that are not only eligible based on each program, but also ready and still interested in receiving those dollars. So it's gone from 149 or 159 to 44. That still outweighs demand for the available funding, but
Say that again. It's gone from 149 or 159?
let me see. I believe it was 149, I'm sorry.
So it's gone from 149 to 44.
Correct, yeah. Many of the folks on that wait list from last year were not eligible, are no longer interested, or just had been on that list for several years. So this will allow us to help people much more quickly. There still will be a wait list at the end of this year, but we'll do our best with MDG and city staff to be as proactive as possible. And then we did do 2 community meetings prior to this public hearing. We also advertised those through social media, on online pages that the community used, the city's website, and the Downey Patriot. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, David Munoz from MDG is also here.
Thank you, Austin. Any questions or?
Just a quick announcement, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, members of the public. The mayor stepped away from the dais because he is recusing himself from this item based on a conflict arising from his board position with LA Center for Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And that is part of the action plan that's pending approval before the council tonight. That's all.
I do have a question, MPT. And that is, when we look at the allocation on the CDBG and we look at the Veterans Stand Together for the 25,000 amount, now is this okay, that's the proposed. And this is based on what they qualified for or what we are able to, the maximum we're able to give them based on what the information they provided us. I just want to make sure, is this sufficient for this organization? I know we often talk about services for our veterans not being sufficient.
Yes, thank you for the question. This fully funds what they've requested, and so they've proposed that they'll serve 50 low-income veterans in Downey with this funding. They are a first-time recipient, and again, this fully funds their request. If they're able to perform and meet the program requirements and meet their objectives, then oftentimes what we've done for repeat subrecipients is increase that funding as long as they are willing and have the capacity to manage that extra work.
And as far as the housing rehabilitation program, what is the maximum amount we can increase in order to be able to help more families so that we can minimize that wait list? As long as, of course, they meet the criteria, because as you've mentioned, over the years, we've had such a long wait list that, perhaps those folks sold and moved away or they're no longer here. You can tell me more.
And just to clarify, when you say the max amount, is that for the total program, or are you referring to per applicant?
No, I'm referring to the total program.
Right now, the proposed budget you see really is the entirety of the budget. And we do need to be moving forward very proactive about our wait list to make sure that people that are on it are eligible, still interested, still in the area, and those sorts of things. But right now, this really is the max amount we can do without having to scale back the public recipients.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from my council colleagues?
In reading the report, I just wanted to comment that I liked how it was stated that some of the program income is generated when previous recipients of home programs repay the loans. So it is turning over to give us that, big amount coming back into the kitty. And is this for seniors that are doing home improvements as well, or more the first-time homebuyer program?
This is not just for seniors. It's income qualified. So we see demographics that vary across all age ranges. Mm-hmm.
So I have one question. So the 149 applications they received, it went down to 44 applications because, like you said, they all left or they just didn't meet the application. So last year, did we use that full fund or it was just never used?
Just to clarify, that wait list, they weren't people who'd submitted applications. They were people who'd asked to be on the wait list.
Okay.
And so a screening was done to make sure they are eligible to submit an application when it comes time for their turn, essentially. Right now, because that would be this current year that we're talking about, we have 6 completed projects, but 16 active projects underway. So it does look like we will use the funding that's available.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just to answer Councilwoman Frumeta's question earlier, if funding isn't used from this year, it gets rolled into the next year, which then can provide more funding for the wait list.
Got it. Thank you. Well, and again, we would hope that we do use it because as we drive around our city, we do see, as also we have an aging population, we do see homes in some need of TLC. And again, we know that it is income-based, and we also know that perhaps some of our seniors are already on that fixed income and perhaps unable to fix their homes. So we would like to do more to be able to hit more homes and really utilize the funds.
It's a good thing when we run out of funding, so that's the goal.
Thank you, Director Ramirez. Appreciate that. I will now open this item for public comment. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence to be incorporated into the record?
We did not, Mayor Pro Tem.
And for public comment, members of the audience wishing to address the City Council regarding the public hearing item may come up when your number is called. I will be calling yellow number card for this item. I remind speakers that you have 3 minutes to address the City Council, and your comments must be regarding the public hearing item. City Clerk Duarte, how many speakers have taken a number?
We have a total of 4 speakers for this item.
Thank you. Speaker number 1, please come forward.
I'll be brief on this one. I saw that this was put out to the public, and I'm sure that the city believes it's met all the requirements that it needs to do to make it available. However, as a constituent that's constantly looking for these programs, I gotta say I did not see this significantly enough for it to be considered widely available for the public. Whether you met the criteria or not, I felt like you could do more when it comes to reaching out to the community. I'm concerned about a long list that has now been cut down to a few members, and the claims that people just simply either left or lost interest. I don't think that when people are seeking aid, they just simply lose interest. I'm going to speculate that maybe perhaps people found themselves not receiving the necessary help that they were requiring of the city on time, and that's just speculation. With that, I would suggest that this city council, if they are interested in really helping out community members with housing, including veterans and renters, that they seek policies to supplement that aid. And perhaps a rent control policy here in the city of Downey might do that. So we know that we have over 55% of our constituents are renters. And we know that there is a medium income that's pretty high, but we still have people that are struggling to put food on the table. We know that just because you own a house, it doesn't mean that you have money to spend. A lot of your people's checks does actually go to paying their mortgage. And we know that we have a few Title I students here in Downey who need assistance and aid. So if we can do more as a council, that would be great. Thank you.
Speaker number 2, please come forward.
Lee Squire, City of Downey, retired financial services manager for accounting auditing, the City of Brea. I was responsible for monitoring the compliance of all of your federal programs. I noticed tonight that you have CDBG for housing rehab. Is that only single-family residential, or do you offer any kind of assistance to your single-family mobile homes? They're known as mobile home grants. Number 2, when you mention national objectives under the CDBG program, I'd like to know what those 3 national objectives are, if they've changed. And then finally, when I'm looking at the amount of your home monies, that is a serious amount of money that's been built up. I'd like to know why you have such a large amount of that money. Finally, if there's any compliance issues with that new program that you have for my veterans, would you please reach out to me and I will help them to be in compliance with all the federal requirements of that public service contract you offer to them. Finally, in the future, any of you elected officials, if you have a conflict of interest, the law requires that the elected official declare, I have a conflict of interest and what it is. With no disrespect, Mr. City Attorney, that is not your job. That's the job of each of these elected officials. Thank you.
Speaker number 3, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm a Downey resident, and I've been hearing talk lately about wanting to implement some kind of rent control in Downey. And if we really look at the facts, we all know what happens when you implement rent control. What ends up happening is the values of the homes end up going down in Downey, especially for us that have homes here that are really investing in our homes and in our futures here. So my only thing that I object from things I've heard is just the rent control, and I know many people here object to that too. Thank you.
Yeah, well, speaker number 4, please come forward.
All right, government programs, government handouts for friends, for nonprofits. Obviously, it's not enough. Can't get it done. People can't afford to put food on their table. They go to the grocery store and the prices is just outrageous. Inflation, Bidenomics. It's all good, right? It's all good. It's not real. You have it better than you realize. That's what we're told. You don't know how good you've got it. This is not enough to help veterans. It's not enough to help low-income people. They don't need government programs and government friends coming in there, and they're all got their fingers in the pot. He's on the board of LA CATA, the mayor is. That's why he has to recuse himself. But they got their hand out for some money here from the federal officials, specifically Robert Garcia, our congressman. But what's he got going? He's got priorities. He's got to do what AIPAC wants him to do, or the ADL, or some of those organs, or maybe some money laundering in Ukraine. We've got to support the Ukrainian war against the Russians. But we can just make up a new draft and, you know, we'll go ahead and put some more kids out there into the meat grinder and just let them die. No problem there. That's what Robert Garcia is worried about. He needs to give more money, federal money, if it's there. I don't think it's there. So these little programs, obviously, that government runs are failures. They don't work. They can't work. Like I always say, the government, you could run the Sahara Desert and there'd be a shortage of sand within 6 months. So let's stop kidding ourselves and stop teasing people that we're here to help you. You went from 150 down to 44. I don't know if they haven't heard anything or not. Maybe they just don't want to hear from you. The most famous words or most terrifying words for an American citizen is when they hear a knock on the door and the person standing there goes, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Those are the most terrifying words. It's not funny. In one sense it is, but it's not. So we got to come up with better plans, a better idea, roll back regulations, cut taxes, give people more of their money, let them spend their money the way they want to without you getting in the way. Step back and do something worthwhile. If you want to spend money, purchase us 18 more police officers, real police officers. Thank you.
It's 4 speakers.
We have one more speaker, Mr. Sosa.
We have a 5th speaker.
Right here.
Clerk? Okay. Go ahead.
Just to piggyback off of that gentleman's comment, I don't know how many are aware or in the audience, but there was $150 million returned from the city of Los Angeles that was earmarked for the unhoused, for the homeless, for the lower income. $150 million, but I don't know how many know this. It was sat on for 3 years. They did nothing with this money, nothing. HUD, I'm not sure the acronym for the department. But yeah, that's a very sad situation. It was returned September of 2023, unused. Shame on us. We have all these organizations, and where did it go? It went back to the federal government unused. 3 years. That's it.
I will now entertain a motion second to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Sorted by the mayor. Unless there are any comments from the council, I will entertain a motion and a second to approve the recommended actions 1 and 2.
Make motion to approve?
Please vote.
The motion is approved with Mayor Trujillo abstaining from the item.
Okay. I will now take public comment on agenda, consent calendar, and non-agenda items. If you did not receive a number card and wish to speak, please proceed to the back of the room to be issued a number card by city staff. I will be calling blue number cards for this public comment period. Before we begin the public comment period, I would like to remind members of the audience that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Copies of the meeting rules are located in the back of the chambers. Members of the audience and speakers who violate these rules and cause a disruption will receive 1 warning and then may be removed from the meeting. Violations of the rules of decorum for council meetings may also result in an administrative fine under the municipal code or a citation for a misdemeanor under Penal Code Section 403. The City Council acknowledges the right of the public to address issues that are within the city's jurisdiction and invites the public to do so during the City Council meeting. However, this right must be balanced with the need of the City Council to conduct the public business in a fair and efficient manner, free from disruption or disturbance. We expect that everyone who participates in today's meeting, from the members of the councils here on dais to staff to the members of the public in attendance, do so with respect and dignity. Please refrain from using profanity, name-calling, or behaving in a way that disrupts this meeting. This includes yelling, whistling, booing, screaming, and any other outburst that disrupts or disturbs the meeting. Any conduct that interferes with or disrupts persons who are addressing the City Council, any conduct that interferes with or disrupts council members while they are speaking, and any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Attacks of a personal nature on the city staff or city council members that have no connection to agenda items or non-agenda items. I remind speakers that your comments must be addressed to me directly and not to any other council member, city staff, or the audience. At this time, I'd like to make a statement regarding the last council meeting, in particular to Ms. Farina. Ms. Farina, I want to apologize to you. I still remember the first time you came to ask us for this resolution. You've always been so respectful. I understand you're a Downey resident. I want you to know that I hear you. You always present your issue and state your concerns well and respectfully. It is not my intention to stop anyone from speaking. I will sit here. I am having difficulty between the level of disrespect that is hurled at this council and the issue of disruption. Your words can become disruptive at a certain point. So I just want to make it clear, this meeting will not be disruptive. We will not stand for disruptions of the meeting. We must tend to city business. But we will continue to listen on the issue of your request. I will say, however, that under the rules for our city council, in order for us to consider that item, there would have to be a motion. According to our policy, one of us would have to first make a motion, which then would have to be seconded by another member of the council in order for that line item to even make it to an agenda for a discussion. The problem we're having is nobody's made that agenda. There seems to be no support on the issue. While you can continue to come to our meetings, and obviously we will respect that, you will be given the time. I will try very hard to sit here and allow people to disrespect us because apparently, and by the way, I don't agree with this. I did not sign up when I ran for office to be disrespected. I simply didn't sign up for that. Someone, I think the gentleman there in the middle one time said, as an elected official, you're supposed to sit there and just listen to people. I don't agree with that. I didn't agree to give up my right to a First Amendment when I agreed to run for office, and I certainly did not agree to be disrespected. With that said, I'm going to give people their time today, and you will be heard. But let's be careful about crossing into the area of disruption. If I feel you're being disruptive with your words, your sounds, and the applause, I will start issue warnings. With that said, City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written public comment to be incorporated into the record?
Mayor, we did. We received written public comment from a resident in District 4 regarding the police department accomplishment slides during the budget workshop, training staff to better interact with members of the LGBTQIA community, rescinding of the flying of the pride flag, training and assessment of new police officers, and including discussion of Downey Police Department in the Downey discussion. Also, we received correspondence from Berenice Vidales in regards or in opposition of renaming streets. And lastly, we received correspondence from Vilena de la Rosa in opposition of a neutral flag policy. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Will you announce the number of written public comments? I'm sorry, is there a motion and a second to receive and file public comment?
So moved.
Vote, please.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. How many speakers have taken a number?
Mayor, we have 22.
Based on the number of speakers, each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the city council. I remind all speakers you must remain seated until your number is called. Speaker number 1, please come forward and be heard.
City Clerk, I have some items if you could please pass out. First, a comment, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, Frank Garcia. Thank you. Thank you. You should be respected, okay? For those people that cannot respect you, do not deserve to be here. Thank you for tolerating them, but they have no excuse. They have no agenda. Okay, let's get to my business. I'm working on a humanitarian walk, a march, a fundraiser. We are not an anti-war protest, okay? We're a fundraiser. Our beneficiary is the World Central Kitchen, okay? I've listed out items that I need. Okay, first things first. I need a spokesperson. I need a spokesperson. I've reached out to Al Jazeera, Middle Eastern News Network. I've reached out to the World Central Kitchen. I've reached out to Spectrum One News. I want to go global, you guys. It is more than beyond possible. We need to get food into Gaza. That is what I'm about. You guys are not welcome there, okay? The only negative things I have heard is from people that are pro-Israeli radicals, American Jewish radicals. I am a witness to that to my face. And that's not what we're about. We march in peace, we march in love, and we march in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number one. Speaker number two, please come forward. Good evening, Ms. Farina.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Farina. I'm a lifelong resident of Downey. I'm here to demand that Downey City Council adopt a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. A ceasefire is the only way to stop the violence and to secure the release of all hostages, those who were taken from Israel and the Palestinians who are being held in Israeli detention centers indefinitely, without charge and without trial. I'm also demanding that City of Downey review all financial partnerships and cut ties with any businesses who profit from this genocide. We cannot allow our tax dollars to fund the occupation and oppression of Palestinians any longer. For those who think this is not a city council issue and that we need to focus on the local, know that we have been trying every other method of getting our elected reps at higher offices to listen and take action. Now we are calling upon our city officials to send our message up the chain. Also, this is a local issue. Many Downey residents are suffering and experiencing immense trauma by being witnesses to a genocide that is being funded by our own tax dollars. It is not normal to witness a genocide. Help us stop this. Mayor Trujillo, like you, I am disappointed that our community took a step backwards by adopting a neutral flag policy, which is obviously an attack on the pride flag and on the LGBTQ community. But people don't get it. They don't understand persecution because they have not experienced it. But I think you get it. We are standing up for the people of Gaza because they need us. They are the ones being brutally oppressed, systematically for decades. Palestinians were not the ones who killed and tortured millions of people during the Jewish Holocaust, and yet they are the ones paying the price for what the Nazis did and for what the Western powers allowed for years until they finally stepped up to stop it. How can we stand by and allow this now? Please call for a ceasefire, call for the release of all hostages. Thank you.
Speaker number three, please come forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, City of Downey. My name is Fernando Islas. I am a Marine Corps veteran. Served this country from 06 to 10. I live up the block here in Pico Rivera. So for starters, I just want to address something Mr. Trujillo just said, right? Yeah, you may not have signed up to be disrespected, but I would say it comes with the territory of your constituents aren't quite aligning with what you're saying or doing, right? Kind of an example I can give you is the cops, right? Your cops, they don't sign up to be disrespected either, but they can't lash out when they are. You have to have tough skin. You signed up for this job, have thick skin. You got to be tough with it. Continue on. Well, I'm here, to ask the City of Downey, just like several other cities around the area, to call for a ceasefire out in Gaza. We're 7 months into this genocide on the Palestinian people. Over 40,000 people have been killed by the terrorist state of Israel, to include 15,000 children, about 11,000 women. 70% of the arms come from this country, not to mention all the money we throw at Israel. It's a shame. It's disgusting what's going on. We wake up every day to more and more videos and images of just the most horrific scenes that you can see. Just this weekend, saw a gentleman, it would look like his child, a child that couldn't have been any older than 2, 3 years old with no head. We're funding and arming that genocide. We are giving the diplomatic backing. We are giving them the diplomatic backing to allow them to continue this slaughter. It's disgusting. It's nasty. You guys need to stop it. Bunch of cities around here have put out their resolution, and you guys need to do the same.
Thank you. Speaker number 4, please come forward and be heard.
So I want to start off. I wrote a few violations for what happened at the last meeting. First off, Mr. Trujillo, you cannot issue out blanket warnings. If you're going to give a warning to an individual, you have to determine who that person's going to be. And then you have to be very descriptive so that your warning is tailored to the behavior that's being conducted by that individual. This is case law. And when you decided to blankly hand out warnings to people you identified as the Gaza people, you discriminated against an entire group. I wrote you up for that. I also wrote you up for selective enforcement because while people are allowed to clap and cheer for when you give out awards or when the topic is different, you don't seem to have a problem. In fact, you not only allow it, you cheer for it at times. Last week, when you saw the people of Gaza, which you're against by your own statement, you told them not to clap and cheer. And that happened at the second portion of the meeting, which was not available or enforced during the first portion, which is a direct violation. I wrote you up for that as well. I wrote you up for kicking people out without giving them a warning. When you start this meeting, just like you did today right now, you begin reading by your rules of decorum. And part of that framework involves saying that you're going to give a warning to people who are disruptive. That's your requirement by the Brown Act. It's required by our state laws, and it's required by the Constitution. So when you blankly kicked out people without giving warnings, you violated that, and I wrote you up for that. Last but not least, I just handed out a notice to the police chief that if they enforce unlawful orders, that we can and we will write them up. Not only that, the police chief, when he fails to hold back his police, he could be written up as well. There will be accountability and you will learn your place.
Thank you, sir. Speaker number 5, please come forward.
Hello.
Good evening.
My name is Maricela, and I'm going to read very fast in regards to the flag. It also is about people missing at a dinner table. To the other family members at the dinner table, their father is speaking to everyone and nobody. To the child at the same table, he is speaking directly to them. His father mourns the good old days when men were men and topics like gender and sex were not openly discussed. At that moment, the child decides that they will no longer join the family dinner. They are not welcome. To the student in the classroom, the teacher is speaking to everyone and nobody. To the kid in the third row, the teacher is speaking directly to them when she states the next year the section in the history book referring to Harvey Milk, Matthew Shepard, and about gay marriage rights will be removed from the curriculum. They hear that their history, their struggles, and even their life is insignificant. They close the history book and realize that history does not include them. To the Downey City Council members who voted down the rainbow flag, they tell themselves that they are voting for their constituents, everyone and nobody. To the Downey resident sitting in the third row of this auditorium, their council members are speaking directly to them. They hear that they are not worthy and that they do not need to be seen. Much like the troublesome flag, they too are best kept in the dark closet. They do not return to a council meeting and put away the belief that their voice matters. I invite the citizens of Downey to reach out to their representatives. I invite them to fly their own version of the rainbow flag at their home. It is a colorful and beautiful way to tell the people in our community, in our neighborhood, and in our family that love is love and that they matter.
Thank you. Speaker number 6, please come forward.
My name is Arthur Shopper, and I am a proud member of Mass Resistance, the international pro-family group that makes the difference. My last name is Shopper, not Sharp, Mr. Trujillo. Get it right. On behalf of our organization, including our many activists in Downey and throughout LA County, we want to thank the Downey City Council for doing the right thing and passing the neutral flag policy. During the May 14th meeting, Mayor Trujillo attacked Downey residents, including our activists, and called them a hate group. And he tried to hide behind the Southern California Poverty Law Center. That's a law firm in Anaheim that has never mentioned us or defamed us. So the fact is that Mr. Trujillo, who claims love is love, was displaying hate. You forced the pride flag on this community when citizens said 3 years ago that they didn't want it. You and your corrupt crony, Catherine Alvarez, forced your agenda on this community, a limited, hateful, dishonest LGBT agenda. But you got 2 things right, Mr. Trujillo. This was about the pride flag, because you forced it on us. And yes, Mass Resistance, we are a well-organized pro-family organization. It's really shameful that the mayor uses his position to attack mothers, fathers, immigrants, and Downey residents in general, because they didn't want that flag flying on their city buildings. And to call us anti-immigrant is just laughable. Most of our activists are immigrants, and some of our chapters are more immigrants than natural-born citizens. Last of all, it's pretty obscene for the mayor to say it's a step backwards for the community. The promotion of homosexuality and transgenderism is a corruption of the civil rights movement. People are born black, but they're not born gay. To quote Karen Carpenter, we've only just begun. The city shouldn't be spending tax dollars on a pride festival, and the city should issue a censure resolution against the mayor for insulting Downey residents, calling them idiots, Gaza people, a hate group. He's a mayor who says that he wants respect, and he
Speaker
treats us
number
with
7. Thank you, Speaker number 7. Please come forward. Good evening, Mr. Calvert.
Good evening. This will be interesting. Let me start by saying rebuttal. My name is Michael Calvert. I'm a longtime Downey resident, and thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, and city staff for listening to my little tirade here. At the last council meeting, I was disappointed with the decision to adopt a neutral flag policy. I understand the concern about opening a door for flag recognition that does not meet the standards of the city of Downey, so it was decided that it was best not to allow any recognition at all. What also came out from the vote was negative press from media, including social media, and the concern from our other local electives that imply that our community may have lost its way. I don't like anybody talking trash about my city. I know the council, and to refrain from acknowledging diversity or achievement by others is not in keeping with the tradition of this council or the city staff. I'd like to suggest, rather than lowering a flag, why not investing in raising many flags? I propose to form a task force to establish a program where groups can be recognized for achievement by having a flag flown at City Hall. The criteria could be set that only those achievements that are positive, enlightening, consistent to city standards, and meant to invoke pride will be the only items recognized. The pride flag that was the victim of the new policy, in my opinion, would fall into those proposed guidelines. That flag was designed in 1979 as a symbol of pride for a group of marginalized people who had to fight tooth and nail to earn rights that every American should be able to enjoy. Okay, I'm going to digress for a second. The state flag of Maryland is made up of a coat of arms of the second Baron of Baltimore, or Cecil Calvert, who founded the colony in the early 1700s. Yes, as a Calvert, I do own the state of Maryland, which I'm currently leasing as a vacation retreat.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Bradley and staff. 2 items. First of all, I want to congratulate the city on what Mr. Bradley mentioned earlier about the awards you received. Congratulations. Secondly, I want to talk about the event we had yesterday. I'm going to repeat some of the things that were said earlier, but to me it's very important. We celebrated a day yesterday where we honored veterans that have passed away and also show respect for those who continue to serve us to protect our way of life. All of those took a solemn oath to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign or domestic. Those young men and women who went into the service and were forced to go into the wars and have died, God bless them. Also, life is very important. It's a very important commodity. We should cherish the life of every individual being here. Also, with regards to that, I look forward to the day, hopefully in my lifetime, that I can see peace throughout the world. This ends my comments. I yield my time back to you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9, please come forward.
Hello.
Hi.
I've been to several council meetings, and it's my first time actually speaking. I haven't been able to get myself to come up here to speak to you because I watch you guys. I watch your faces. I study human behavior, and I can see that you guys have no interest in what we have to say to you. So I don't know what else I can say to you that people have already told you guys. All I can say is that I stand with humanity. I'm not okay with the genocide that is being committed on all of these innocent women and children and babies and men. They do not deserve to be murdered. And it's all for money. It's all greed. We're all human. No matter what we look like, no matter our skin color, none of it matters. We're all human. We all deserve to live. Free Palestine. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Speaker number 10, please come forward.
All right, 2 minutes. Reflection on Memorial Day. It's about soldiers that died, which, if we look at the statistics, upwards of 95% of our American soldiers throughout our history were under the age of 30 in battle, more like 25 years old. Those individuals never had a chance to live a life, to be married, to have kids, to buy a house, to have a career. 95% of them under the age of 30. Gaza and Israel, it's got to be horrible to live there, no doubt about it. Maybe it's just me. I don't have a desire to kill the Israelis or the Palestinians. Maybe it's just me. I think being an American first, we should transcend some of these issues and battles and understand that we have a president that funds both sides of this thing. He's funding them and then giving loads of money to Iran, which fuels Hamas, and then give loads of money to Israel. I don't know. I just don't see that as a good thing. I think I want to commend you for supporting the neutral flag. I think it is the right thing to do. It gets rid of all the divisiveness and the hate and the comments and the meltdowns from the mayor. He didn't need to do that, but I'm not supporting the Hamas people either that believe throwing gay people off of 4-story buildings is the right thing to do and then say, well, if Allah wills it, nothing will happen to them. I believe in science. Gravity is real.
Thank you. Speaker number 11, please come forward. Speaker 11, thank you.
Last time I was here, you kicked me out. All because of SIACA, something I agreed on a gentleman that I'll stick to what I came here to speak about. This past weekend was Memorial Day. We witnessed hell on earth in real time. We watched the real videos of the beheaded baby, the charred bodies being burned alive in the night. It wasn't the bullshit story that originally surfaced and was shared by President Biden, who had to walk back a false reported story by the establishment media, CNN, in October. But it was too late. We can't unring the bell. I'm not even gonna go there. Just one day before this slaughter, the top United Nations court ordered Israel to immediately halt its military assault on Rafah. The ICJ demanded and ordered Israel to reopen the Rafah border crossing with Egypt for humanitarian aid. The Council on American Islamic Relations has called the Biden administration to honor the ruling by stopping all military aid to Israel. Killing innocent civilians, women and children in a safe zone are war crimes. And we, the United States of America, are complicit in this. I don't even consider this a genocide anymore. It is a live stream. It is a live stream.
Thank you. Speaker number 12, please come forward.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alan. I'm a Downey resident. I came here very concerned as a concerned citizen, and really I'm here to address the vile, vindictive, and hateful remarks that Mayor Trujillo has inflicted upon the residents of Downey. Last time, 2 weeks ago, you said that we're a hate group. You said that we're idiots. You also mentioned that we're anti-immigrant. Well, I'm a son of an immigrant. I'm here. You also mentioned that these are people that are hiding behind our religion and thrusting our ideology. That's not even it. But yes, I'm here as a proud Catholic, and to tell you that we found what you said as very intolerant, very hateful, and slanderous to everybody here in faith that is religious. And that includes anybody here in City Council. My parents saw that video and they're very, very upset because you came to our house and you shook my father's hand and looked him in the eye and you said that you're pro-family, which you're obviously not, because you're hiding behind a rainbow flag. We're here to be united as residents and as citizens, not to be divided into different colors. But we're here as all red, white, and blue. I suggest that City Council think about censoring Mayor Trujillo for the slander of all Christians and all residents here for calling us idiots, hiding behind our religion. And guess what? I brought my rosary. It's in my pocket because apparently you hate that.
13, please come forward.
Lee Squire Vietnam era veteran, Downey High School, class of 1967. Son, nephew, World War II, nephew, Korea. Death before dishonor. I'm here tonight to speak upon the Mobile Vietnam Memorial Wall that was at the city of Pico Rivera. On Saturday night, May 25th, was a candlelight vigil honoring the 58,479 men and women who were killed in Vietnam and their Gold Star families. The city of Pico Rivera could have left it at 27 of the men of Downey who were killed in Vietnam. No, they honored all of the surrounding cities, including Downey. They read off all the 24 names of my brothers who were killed in Vietnam. Candles were placed at the Vietnam Wall. I placed a candle there in honor of my 24 brothers who were killed in Vietnam. They're on the sundial, and the 24th name is at Dennis de Menace Park. I want to thank the city manager and staff for honoring the 6 men who were placed on our Downey Veterans Memorial. 6 were from Vietnam and 2 were from Korea. Four of the 6, 4 were U.S. Army, 1 was the Marine Corps, and the other one was the U.S. Navy. In honor of the city manager's efforts and all of your staff, I now present you the honor of the Vietnam Veterans of Downey, the POW MIA flag. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Squire. Speaker number 14, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Riley, and I'm speaker number 14. Tonight, I was supposed to be a baccalaureate right across the street at Downey High School. I'm a senior, and this is my 3rd meeting here. So a couple weeks ago, I was reading the newspaper because I was really bored, and I noticed something about like something with a flag, and I was like, you know, I got a flag on my my watch band. It's a rainbow flag, by the way, if you can't see it. But so I read the article written, and I was concerned that like the neutral flag policy. So I decided to come like 6-7 weeks ago, and I was like, all right, this is interesting. I'm into politics. I'd love to be involved in the community more. I live in District 1. I'm a little nervous because this is my like first time speaking in front of like a bunch of higher ups. You know, it's good to start on a good foot. Last meeting was definitely an interesting one. I left like 2 hours before it ended because of all the chaos that was going on. But yeah, oh yeah. Let me think. Hold on. Sorry, I'm a little slow. So last meeting, the audience was a little wild. I think I was a little wild too. I went home and I couldn't sleep. So like at midnight, I was watching the live stream and I was like, oh my God, it's getting worse. So I hope everything can be resolved. I hope peace can be like, I hope everyone can be at peace. I hope everyone can just unite. I hope younger people get more involved with the community and come to the meetings and ceasefire. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Speaker number 15, please come forward.
Hello, everyone. As a 2-time combat veteran who served twice in Iraq and other parts of the Middle East, I would like to thank Council members Sosa, Pemberton, and Ortiz for attending yesterday's Memorial Day event. I would also like to thank the city manager for being there, Simplify, sir, as well as the various police officers and firefighters who attended. I know Councilwoman Frometa has attended in the past, and Mayor, I don't know if you have or not, but if you have, I'd like to thank you for attending those events as well. Now I'd like to talk about, as many other people have, about the last meeting regarding the neutral flag policy, which is, by the way, the only true, equal, and fair policy there is. So, as mentioned before, the mayor called those of us who agreed with that policy a hate group. He referred to, I thought it was the Southern Poverty Law Center, maybe it was a different group. But if you did refer to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they have been discredited by many organizations, including, of all places, the Washington Post, which is not a conservative newspaper. They have deemed them as having no credibility. I would have to agree. But we are a local group. Maybe we have been organized by mass resistance, but we are Downey residents. We live here, we pay taxes, we volunteer, and yes, we vote. And just because we have a different point of view, I don't think you should call us a hate group. And before I finish, Mayor, you apologize to other people. I think you owe us an apology. If not, if you refuse to apologize, I'm gonna agree with the previous two people and ask the city council to censure you.
Speaker number 16, please come forward. 16.
Good evening, City Council. Ms. Frometa, Ms. Pemberton, and Mr. Hector Sosa, you have demonstrated your genuine care for the city of Downey. You represent us all equally and with respect. Mr. Trujillo, Mr. Mayor, you have accused the Downey residents who came to request for a neutral flag policy as a hate group. This is very far from the truth. We do not approach with profanity, threats, aggressive behavior, or expressing hate words towards the LGBTQ community. It's disrespectful and unprofessional as a mayor to call out names or label the residents who attend these meetings to express their concerns, beliefs, and stance on various issues. With your comments, you also demoralize the 3 council members who voted in favor of the policy. You falsely claim that Christians kick out their children out of their homes when they come out as gay. Again, that is so far from the truth. This is an attack and a false allegation against the Christian community. Let me make it clear, we do not hate, we love, and that is why we speak the truth with respect. Mr. Trujillo, Ms. Han, and Blanca Pacheco have thrown their temper tantrums and will still fly the pride flag on Downey County buildings. The radical left agenda is deceiving and causing division among groups by using words like oppression, discrimination, hate, marginalization, homophobia, etc. We stand for the truth and will protect our children. This agenda being pushed is affecting our young generations. By the way, parents, city, Senate Bill AB 1955 has been introduced in the California Senate and will ban any school district from notifying parents if their child wants to have gender transitioning intervention. This is horrific and it is tyranny. Please focus on the pressing needs of the city as a whole. Stop using city resources on promoting LGBTQ on everyone. Stop using taxpayer funds towards the Pride Festival coming up in August. Also, the Downey Patriots should not receive any city funds. From what I hear, they get $75,000 a year because they are biased. I encourage you to pray and read your Bible. You know, Mr. Mayor, the book that you put your head on during
Speaker
swearing
number
ceremony.
17, this is your first warning. Madam with the black and the orange shirt. Blouse. Thank you. Speaker number 17.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council, everybody. I'm here to give a shout out to the volunteers. You know, yeah, you get your name in the paper. Yeah, that's fine. But it goes beyond that. I mean, to go overtime, Sundays, it's volunteer. Definition of volunteer is from the heart. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Speaker number 18. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Janice. This is my first time that I attend a city council meeting. I was initially here to just observe. I'm vocal from behind my Instagram handle, commenting on posts that I believe to be important to my community. I wasn't gonna say anything at all, but a lot of the things that I've witnessed here today compelled me to write or to speak. I didn't have anything written, I was just kind of taking notes while I was up here. I've lived in Downey since I was 8 years old. My family is lucky enough, literally lucky, because we won the lotto, like literally won the lotto. Lucky enough to be able to buy a home in Downey. That's where we wanted to buy our home, raise our kids. I'm a Downey High School alumni, former employee, and my kids went to Downey High School, so I really love the city. So I do want to thank all of you here. I have respect for you, Mayor Trujillo. I've listened and I've learned a little bit about your background, and I do respect you. I respect everybody on here, and I especially respect the vote that respected me. I'm not represented by a rainbow flag. The American flag represents me, it represents everybody here, and sadly, this is a problem. Sadly, there's a lot of young people here who do not feel represented by the American flag. They're ragtag protesters who don't, just what I've seen today, will come and sat here for maybe 2 hours already and not be moved by anything that they've seen today. Today I saw the fabric of my city, of volunteers, which really, really moved me. The Assistance League of Downey, the police officer, the fire department, the veterans that are here. I don't know how someone can sit here with their arms crossed and refuse to be moved and just not, I don't understand that. I really don't. It's not about being here to demand anything. The people who were volunteering here today or serve their country, they don't demand attention. They don't want to be recognized, but you guys recognize them today, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Speaker number 19. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Janelle, and I am here again to ask that you agendize a ceasefire resolution. And from what was said before, I would like to tell people why we can sit there with our arms crossed, because for 7 months now, we have been watching videos of people being burned alive, of people being bombed, of people crying because their kids had their legs amputated or blown off, or all of these extremely horrible things. That is why, and because we've been coming here, and some other people have been coming here since February, and you guys have done nothing. That is why we are not proud. I don't even know what to say anymore, because it's been a couple times, and like you said, you guys obviously don't care. So I would just like for you to hear this. This is a child crying as his father is burning in a building from bombs. Here's another audio.
How many Palestinians have you killed? I told you, 13. How long were you in Gaza? 82 days. Do you know how much it takes to take off this vest and clean on the Palestinian baby's blood?
This is an Israeli
like this, you know, like he took a baby head and cut his head. He took a baby head and majority of Americans stay.
Can't hear it well, but what they're doing is bragging about killing innocent Palestinian people, not Hamas, innocent Palestinian civilians. This one was bragging about how he couldn't find a baby, so he killed a 14-year-old girl instead. This is why we're so freaking upset, because a ceasefire is both sides not being killed. It's not a one-sided thing. Ceasefires benefit both parties. So if you don't support a ceasefire, what do you support? Our money killing children and families and destroying neighborhoods? Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Speaker number 20, please come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name's Rudy. I'm an 18-year resident of Downey. This is only the second time I've ever been to one of these meetings, first time I'm speaking. And the reason I'm speaking is because of what I see you guys post on social media, on the Downey Patriot, wasting money and time to rename some streets. What's the point of that? It's just a waste of time. Just like I see you guys going to these ribbon ceremony cuttings for new restaurants, you only go to the ones that you like. Like when Ojos Locos opened up, none of you were there. You guys had a problem with it. You guys never had a problem with Joseph's or Ola when the girls dressed however they wanted. But guess what? They're there making a living. But because you don't go there, you had a problem with them. Guess what? Me as a Downey resident, my friends that are Downey residents, we all go there. But just because you don't like it doesn't mean you need to trash talk them like you have on social media, on the news, and then the way you cry like a baby on Channel 7 and all these other TV stations. You guys make us look bad. It's embarrassing. And I want to see more police officers at night. Every morning I got to wake up, look at my apps to see if my catalytic converter got stolen or if my car's even still in the driveway. I want to see more police officers. Some people like cops, some don't, but as a Downey resident, I feel a lot more safe when I know there's more cops out at night and even in the daytime. So I want to see more police officers as a Downey resident. I love Downey. I want to live in Downey for the rest of my life, and I want to make sure that we're well protected. And I read your article, and all that stuff you're talking about, you're just Gavin Newsom of Downey. That's all I see you as.
Speaker number 21, please come forward. 21.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Marina, and my family and I have been lifelong residents of the City of Downey. I would like to start out by thanking Mayor Pro Tem Sosa, Councilmember Pemberton, and Councilmember Frometa for voting for a neutral flag policy at our last council meeting. I would now like to quickly address a few of your comments, Mr. Mayor, that you made in opposition to passing the neutral flag policy. First, the passing of the neutral flag policy is not an attack on the LGBTQ community or any other group. The only reason it seems like to you, Mr. Mayor, that it is an attack on the LGBTQ community is because the LGBTQ community's flag was the only flag privileged to fly alongside neutral and governmental flags. Second, Mr. Mayor, you stated that continuing to fly the POW-MIA flag and not the LGBTQ flag would be unfair. The flying of the POW-MIA flag should not be compared with the flying of the LGBTQ flag or any other group flag because the POW-MIA flag represents American military men and women, prisoners of war, or those missing in action. These military service members do not represent themselves, but represent every American. Third, Mr. Mayor, voting for a neutral flag policy is voting based on truth, and moving in the direction of truth is always moving a step forward, not backward. Fourth, Mr. Mayor, for your clarification, we really are Christians, and those who spoke in favor of passing the neutral flag policy, and we stand by every Bible verse and truth we spoke to you. Now we would, my family and I, we would like to ask the city to end city taxpayer funding of the city's LGBTQ festival. Downey city taxpayer money should only be used to fund public safety work, services, infrastructure, events, and activities that are for the common good of all Downey residents. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, Downey's conservative population is represented by much more than the city's edge. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Speaker number 23, please come forward. Oh, it's 22. Are you back in the room? Okay, 22. Oh, we thought you had left. Please come forward.
Hello, I'm Joaquin Beltran, and as other people have mentioned earlier today, what we're asking, what we're demanding for, which is just basic human decency in calling for a permanent ceasefire, and just simply acknowledging it falls on people who evidently don't care. So for the record, it's been 7 months where Mario Trujillo, Claudia Frometa, Horacio Ortiz, Dorothy Pemberton, and Hector Sosa have not said anything. This is on the record. You guys acknowledge that, right? Like right now, people see you, people watch the videos of babies without heads, of charred babies, of people, of a woman who loses, I think it was maybe 7 children turned to ashes. And this is, we don't need to wait for history to see how you are responding to this. But this is your choice. What I want to say is to the people who matter, which are the people in our community, that we have the power. How powerless to not have confidence to be able to stand up to a genocide. Is that power? You guys are in elected positions. Why did you run for office? You don't have to be there.
If you don't want to talk, if you don't want to take a stand on things that are basic human decency, you can resign. There's other things to do, real estate to sell, whatever you want to do. We have the power. We have the power for a better future. We organize, we boycott, we divest. We don't need to look at the jokers who say nothing. It's up to us.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran.
Thank
Speaker
you.
number 23. Is that the last one?
What's up, Mario? You didn't let me speak last time. We're tired. We're tired of everything we've been seeing, especially after this past weekend. 2,000-pound bombs being dropped on tents. We had to get out this weekend to DTLA, to downtown LA, to let out our grief and rage, to protest, to get on the 101 freeway, to have our voices heard. My throat is sore. Like everybody said, we saw beheaded babies. We saw bodies burnt to a crisp. What is it going to take? How many years is it going to take for you to say something? How many millions murdered? Is it going to take for us to get bombed for you to finally say something? And just the apathy is unbelievable. And if you don't value human life, how about putting America first and not sending billions to Israel? How un-American of us to send so much money over there when we're drowning over here. And on top of our grief and rage, we have to come and fight you for our rights to speak. You called us idiots, you villainized us, you othered us before we even had a chance to come up and speak. I didn't even get a chance to speak because you called my friend an idiot twice and again over email today. You said that if we don't like it, that we can run for mayor. But you know what? If you can't handle our comments, then maybe you shouldn't be mayor. We sent you an email, we sent you formal complaints, and you want to know what Mario Trujillo replied to my friend? He said, I still believe you are, and always have been, and always will be, an idiot. All caps, exclamation point. So, thanks for only apologizing to one of us. You should apologize to all 5 of us that you kicked out, and everybody as a group. So I'll say it again, fuck you.
Okay, so I think that concludes the speakers for tonight. Is there a motion and a second to close public comment?
So close.
Is there a second? Thank you. So ordered by the mayor. We'll give a minute.
All speakers, this is your first warning for disruption. If you do not cease your disruptive behavior, will be subject to removal.
Okay, now's the time for consent. This is your first warning, sir. This is first warning.
Mr. Speaker, through the office of the mayor, you're being warned for disruptive conduct, for impeding the orderly conduct of this council meeting. If you fail to cease your behavior, you will be subject to removal.
Ask the chief to remove him.
Again, you have been warned.
Your desire for power and your desire for violence and blood sports is not welcome here. It is not welcome here. It is not religious. It is not kind. It is not compassionate. We seek non-violent resolutions. Only non-violent resolutions. Why? Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Don't touch the children. Don't send bombs to children. You have children. I have children. I have godchildren. 4 years old.
Now's the time for now's the time for consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
We need to close the curtains in the back.
No, we closed the public comment period.
Did we close public comment period?
Yes, we did.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so ordered by the mayor. We're going to move on now to consent calendar items. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item? I'll start. I have a conflict with item number 7. I own property in the downtown Downey. Are there any council members that wish to pull any items from the consent calendar tonight?
No,
Is there-
I
is there a-
move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Please vote.
The consent calendar is approved with Mayor Trujillo abstaining from item number 7.
Thank you. There are 3 administrative reports this evening. Number 11 is a discussion regarding a vacant property ordinance to regulate the maintenance of vacant properties in the city. This is under purview of the Community Development Department. That the city council discuss the various components of a vacant property ordinance and provide direction to staff on which components to include and bring back for consideration. City Manager Bradley, I understand that Director Irma Huitron from the Community Development Department will be providing the staff report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Huitron, whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor Trujillo and members of the City Council. The item before you is a discussion regarding a vacant property ordinance, potentially to regulate the maintenance of vacant properties throughout the city of Downey. At its February 13th, 2024 meeting, the City Council requested that staff research and evaluate options for addressing deteriorated and unsightly property conditions associated with vacant properties throughout the city. Specifically, it was requested that staff evaluate an ordinance for registering vacant properties. A little bit of background for tonight. A vacant property ordinance is a typical tool used by local governments to address neglected properties in cities. That can be vacant lots or vacant buildings, a combination thereof. A little bit of background about Downey Municipal Code. In December of 2008, the City Council introduced and actually adopted a vacant property registration program that is Chapter 7 of the Downey Municipal Code. This program is a vacant property registration program and requires the maintenance of vacant properties in the city of Downey. The only caveat is that in 2008, that ordinance was only limited to foreclosed or defaulted properties going through the foreclosure property. And that is currently the extent of our vacant property ordinance in the city of Downey. The fees associated with that program include a one-time registration fee of $117 and an annual monitoring fee of $1,298. In the course of our proactive monitoring throughout the city, our Code Enforcement Division has already previously identified non-registered properties that do not fall under the category of defaulted foreclosed properties that would be under the purview of our vacant property registration program in Downey. A lot of these properties are not foreclosed upon and have not been acquired through the foreclosure process, and so therefore are not required to register with the city of Downey. So we have two types of properties in the city of Downey, registered and non-registered properties, but both suffer similar conditions and that many of them lack regular ongoing maintenance by property owners, don't have a designated property manager, don't have designated security management plan, and so therefore we find that many of these properties do have impacts on the city's quality of life. The attractiveness of our city has declined in some areas, and then in general, some of these properties pose safety concerns that have been identified by the Fire Department, the Code Enforcement Division, Police Department, and together we've worked collaboratively are currently working collaboratively to address vacant properties throughout the city. And here I have a few photos in the city of Downey that we're currently partnering with different departments and teams throughout the city to address security and securing buildings and premises, making sure that they're secure to prevent trespassing, that we have designated local contacts, that there's ongoing exterior maintenance to the extent possible, regular cleaning of not only around the building but throughout the site, and that we're also addressing how we can assist them in securing land use approvals for future development of some of these properties. These are from some photos of vacant lots in the property that are unimproved, have been unimproved for some time, and again, addressing with the property owners what the future plans are for the development of the property, ongoing landscaping and vegetation maintenance, even though they're vacant lots, removal of debris and trash on a quick and expeditious way as quickly as possible. And in some cases, when it's really necessary, looking at fencing or security concerns that are a little bit more permanent. We're finding that a lot of these properties are being trespassed upon, and so we're working with the code enforcement and police department to ensure we have a no trespass form in the records of the city to facilitate removal of any individuals that are trespassing on private property. For tonight's discussion, we have presented in the staff report in this presentation a potential expansion of that ordinance to apply property maintenance standards to all properties that have evidence of vacancy, even when not associated with a foreclosure. These would be properties that would exhibit conditions that I've just mentioned: lack of building upkeep, overgrown and dead vegetation, accumulation of just debris such as newspaper flyers around the property indicating the property is vacant and not kept. We also have the ability to look at, to verify vacancy if there's utility bills or disconnected notices that we can identify, accumulation of trash and debris, that the property is not being used for the allowable uses per the zone, that it's been vacant for time, and that we have reports of trespassing, break-ins, and things of that nature. So this is generally, if the ordinance were to be expanded, we would expand the definition of evidence of vacancy to extend beyond foreclosed properties. The expanded vacant property registration program would require property owners to register vacant properties, again, even when not associated with a foreclosure. And the registration process would involve provide the property owner providing information to us such as ownership, identifying a local property management contact, a property management company, providing plans for future development of the property so we can facilitate that through the community development, economic development departments, and other departments that would take place in that process. Maintenance and security plan for the property while it's still vacant. And again, contact information is critical. A lot of these items are already items that we're currently addressing with a lot of the property owners in the city. Some of the photos that I just mentioned. We are currently have a catalog of these properties. We have security plans that we're identifying and developing in coordination with each other, giving them ideas on how to do it. We have a lot of property owners that have not provided a security plan to the city, so it's their first time, so we're guiding them through that process, developed a template outline so that they can fill it out for us and provide us with a timeline also for the frequency of the maintenance of the property, the frequency of when it's necessary of having patrols, private security patrol. In some cases, we've required that for enhanced lighting, even though again it's vacant, we want to make sure we deter trespassing. So these are items that would be part of a formal vacant property registration program if it were to be expanded. The program could also would also require property owners to annually update the information and pay a registration and monitoring fee similar to what we have in place for our registry program. And in together, all of these elements of an expanded ordinance would establish clear maintenance requirements for property owners, would define the inspection process that's involved, the annual monitoring, and again, identify key components of enforcement mechanisms for maintenance. By expanding the applicability of the city's vacant property ordinance, the city would be further empowered again to continue working with property owners to foster and to promote a more vibrant, clean, and aesthetically pleasing environment to potentially prevent fire hazards and other safety concerns, and for the general well-being of our community. Again, these are some of the property maintenance requirements that we've outlined that would be expanded as part of this program. These are elements that we currently currently addressed as part of our code enforcement division with our partners at police and public works and different departments. So again, we would continue to promote that type of model of providing a very defined maintenance plan along with the timeline so we can keep folks accountable for maintaining their properties and hopefully ultimately for developing those properties in accordance with current zoning standards. Again, we would continue to proactively identify vacant properties, more so probably buildings as they become vacant, to ensure that we are proactively contacting those folks and making them aware of the vacant property registration program if that was the desire of the City Council. Again, benefits of expanding the program would include improved monitoring, enhanced communication with property owners, and increased accountability of those property owners to maintain their properties. During our research, we have looked at various ordinances. During the council's request for this item, a city was referenced as being a model property registration program. We did look into that program. The City of Los Angeles and Santa Monica also have very robust and detailed property registration programs. So a lot of the components that are in the staff report are modeled after these ordinances. They have a lot of similarities. The City of Downey's ordinance is actually very similar to a regular property maintenance program. If it was the desire of the City Council to expand the program, we would ensure that we engage with property owners to ensure that they're aware of the upcoming requirements to register with the city. We would contact them. We would raise awareness of what the objectives are of the city to work cooperatively with them to ensure that there's constant communication and also that there's an expectation that we would hold them accountable for the maintenance plan. We would also develop educational materials and seek their feedback as we improve a program if it were to launch in an expanded nature. If the City Council chooses to proceed with the adoption of the expanded vacant property owners ordinance, staff will undertake the following actions. We would draft the revisions to the ordinance. We would finalize the language and provisions of the ordinance in collaboration with legal counsel, and then we would also develop an implementation plan to develop a comprehensive plan for implementing and enforcing the ordinance, including staff training and resource allocation with the city's code enforcement division. Our timeline and expected costs, we would expect that the research and ordinance preparation and review would take staff approximately 6 to 12 weeks. This type of ordinance would likely require a very thorough review of other sections of the code to ensure Downey Municipal Code consistency, which is sometimes what takes a little bit longer. And we would also evaluate any potential fees associated with a expansion of the program. Tonight's recommendation is that the City Council discuss the various components of an expanded ordinance and provide staff direction on which components to include and bring back for further consideration. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, do any council members have any questions or comments?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you, Irma, for the presentation. Certainly, I think this ordinance or expanding this is definitely much needed in our community. We shouldn't just go after the properties that fall into foreclosure. And I see towards the end of the report, the cost of monitoring a single property is $3,353 per property, a single property. And this is assuming the staff would spend 2 hours a month per property, right? So now, do we have sufficient staff? I know that has been particularly challenging for us in code enforcement. And so as much as I want to move forward with this, I also want to see, do we have the staff to support this type of ordinance? And
That's a
I know
really
that
good
there's always
question.
unintended consequences, right?
That's a really good question. Staff has already been tasked with doing, to an extent, the work that I've described tonight. We know that code enforcement has been tasked with really taking a proactive approach, and vacant buildings and lots are a big part of what we've been working on in the last few months. And the contact with the property managers or property owners takes a lot of time, and the hand-holding to develop the property maintenance plan also takes quite a bit of time, and it usually requires working at the supervisor level or at the senior level, because it does require quite a bit of finessing and discussion with the property owners and a lot of back and forth communication, and that requires office time and not really field time. There is field time involved in monitoring the property, but more so the developing and keeping the property managers and owners accountable is more of an office duty. So to answer your question, it would be a little bit challenging, which is why we have presented here that we would also during that time not only prepare the ordinance, but also come up with a model for how we're going to staff it and keep that program proactive and long-term, have a long-term viability of the program, because we do expect that we would need to ensure that current staffing assignments are distributed in such a way that we can keep up with it.
Do we have, currently, do we have a list of the foreclosed properties that we are monitoring?
We do.
Okay, and so again, do we have any idea? Well, I guess we wouldn't, because there's no ordinance, or we haven't expanded the ordinance as to the vacant properties around our city.
We
Or do
do.
we have
We don't have a registry program through our proactive enforcement. We have a list of buildings and we have a list of unimproved lots that we're monitoring, and then we also just have unimproved land that's not privately owned that we also are monitoring through Union Pacific or Southern California Edison. So there's 3 types of vacant type properties that we're currently monitoring.
And then I also see, I have one more question. I also see when this was initially adopted by the previous council in 2008, they also had the property registration of 117, the annual monitoring fee of 1,298. Are there any fees? And again, we don't want to be punitive, but at the same time, what happens when, okay, they register the property and we are monitoring, but then nothing happens on their end? What do we do? And we communicate, maybe they're an owner that lives out of state. How do we, they could be in the registry and we could be monitoring, but how do we move the needle for compliance? And can we incorporate some type of a fine if they don't respond or comply within X amount of time?
That's an excellent question. That would be something that we would be evaluating during the ordinance preparation process. So far in the properties that we're monitoring that are vacant, that are non-registered, we've been successful in identifying or having the property identify a local management or a local contact for us to work with through code enforcement. So we've had that fortunate occasion to have that. As far as holding them accountable if they're not responsive, that would be the regular citation process that I described at one of our previous meetings. That is also an area where we would need to look at and discuss, and I think that was part of the discussion last time, is should we be increasing the citation fees to sort of incentivize or to kind of put a little bit more a weight on compliance.
Yes. What are the citation fees? I don't think
I don't have them in this staff report. They're part of the previous staff report. For the code enforcement process starts through a notification process called a notice of violation, and there is no fee associated with that. Often folks, when they receive a notice of violation, they say they get a citation. It's actually not the same thing. After a notice of violation period, there is a citation process, and it's $100, $200, and $300.
Yeah, well, there's definitely need
It's
to.
like $10,
increase.
$20, or
Yeah.
$30, right?
Yeah, something to note is through the proactive code enforcement, it is a goal of staff to not reach the citation process. And actually, oftentimes with the proactive code enforcement programs, you'll see the number of citations go down, and that's actually not a bad thing. That's a good thing in that we're actually achieving voluntary compliance before reaching the citation process. So it's a balance between both.
Thank you, Irma. I actually do have some follow-up questions. I actually, I'm the person that proposed this ordinance, and I appreciate all the information. I wanted to get more information of what's going on, and right now we're being very proactive in reaching out to all these vacant properties, vacant owner businesses that are just eyesore in some of our community. So basically, what you're trying to say is, well, right now we're being proactive, reaching out to these businesses, but there's no compensation for what staff is really doing to reach out or hold these businesses, say, hey, this is what you have to comply with in regards to cleaning up your business or putting some more lighting. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think that is part of it. I think it brings, in a sense, if there was a fee associated with it, it would bring that revenue into to ensure that we can continue the program and fund the program. But I think we would also bring a sense of formality into what we're doing. So if we reach out to a property, proactively, we would let them know that there's a registration program that they need to register for, and that it's backed up, if you will, by a formal program in our Downey Municipal Code. We currently have the ability to have the same results. However, staff is pulling from different sections of the report and telling them, these are the things that we've identified with your property that are not great. There's break-ins, there's security, there's debris, and there's different sections of the code, and then we present that as the reasons why they need to provide a property maintenance plan. And so far, we've achieved voluntary compliance. So by proposing the expansion of the program, we would have a formal program that we would let them know, you need to be part of this program. It's a requirement of the code, and then we would have one code section that has all the components in one section of the code.
And you were saying that there's different sections. So there's the foreclosure businesses, and then there's these that are not in compliance, and then there's another section, right?
There's the current registration program is for foreclosed properties.
Okay.
The non-registered properties don't have a section in the code. We just pull from different sections related to trash and debris, security issues, nuisance, creation of nuisance in the city. So we pull different sections of the code and we create a case, if you will, to that property owner and tell them, you have issues, you need to work with us to correct those issues.
And would you say those businesses that have that program already established, is there less break-ins, fire starters, or something like that? Because I know that since I became a council person since December, since I got elected November, December, I've seen 4 businesses catch on fire. Are they falling under that program that we have right now?
The informal program that we have now of non-registered properties are some of those properties that we're identifying as potential hazards because we see break-ins through our patrolling or through police department or code enforcement. We see that there's people living in there, and so we have property owners secure those properties to prevent fires. The other thing that we're doing is we look up to see what types of utilities are turned on in these vacant buildings. And we work with for example, with Edison or on the water side to turn off any non-essential utilities to not make them an attractive nuisance, to not make the building or their site an attractive site for somebody to informally take on as their place of sleeping or hanging out.
Thank you.
I fully support something like this because even campaigning before I was elected, working with a resident, we started with the code enforcement. This particular house was sold a year ago, and it's going to be a speculative build. And so it sat there vacant. The weeds were, 5 feet high. There was no fence around it. and the neighbor was getting transients coming through the back door. He even knew where the owner was and tried to contact the owner. The owner didn't do much, didn't care. And so finally, with the help here of code enforcement, the grounds were made better. It requested a fence be put around. And, the addresses of these owners can always be found on the tax roll, the assessor's tax roll. It'll have a mailing address, not necessarily the physical address if they're not living there. So there's a way to find how to get to the owner. What happens, say, for example, in 1 year, we do have $3,300 worth of fees. If the owner doesn't pay, would that be then a lien on the property tax bill? Or, we have an accounts payable, we would try to bill them on something like that,
We would
services?
bill them and take them through that process.
And take through the process. And if perhaps halfway through the year, it's prorated on as much as our services were to them, they would be prorated on, 4 months of inspections by our department if that was needed, and
That would be something we would evaluate if
do
the
that, if they
program
fix
were
it
to
up.
be expanded, is to evaluate the assessment of the fee.
okay. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea that's coming forward. Thank you.
So the staff is looking for direction tonight in terms of what exactly we want them to do. So at this point,
We want him to do all of it.
I will now entertain a motion regarding this item in which staff is seeking guidance. Is there any motion?
I make a motion.
I'd like to second that.
And the motion, I think that you listed here, Irma, the property maintenance requirements, and I think you had that in one of your slides as well. And that was expanding it. This is part of the current ordinance, right? The exterior building maintenance, security requirements, landscaping and vegetation control, right? And the rest of the items. That is already part of the ordinance we currently have that applies to the properties that fall into foreclosure. These same line items would apply to this expanded vacant properties. Is that correct?
That are not undergoing financial hardship.
Correct.
Correct.
So just for purposes of clarification of your motion, Councilwoman, the staff is seeking direction on what components to include. So I believe you would like at least one of the components to be an extension of currently it just applies to foreclosed homes, now extending this to include vacant, non-foreclosed homes. Is that correct?
I think.
Or businesses.
Yes,
Yes,
that
that
is
is-
the, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mayor, I thought you were asking.
Actually, I
Councilmember
was
Fernandez.
asking for a clarification, but what I need somebody to do is state this motion so it's best understood by you. Ms. Huitron, do you understand what the councilwoman is seeking?
Yes, that would be a request to expand this existing vacant
Okay.
property registration program to other properties that are not under the category of foreclosed, and also to extend property maintenance requirements to both registered and non-registered as described in the staff report.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz, anything else that you contemplated the staff working on as part of your request?
I was just asking, so I don't want to put pressure on these property owners. We're being very proactive right now. We have a new economic development director that we haven't had. This is something that you will see that will benefit, this progress moving forward, right?
I think it would benefit moving forward because, again, it would bring a sense of formality in the work that we're doing and when we're approaching the property owners, asking them for a property maintenance plan. Currently, we ask for it, again, based on different sections of the code, but the fact that we would have a formal program that we can point to, I think brings a little bit more seriousness to what it is that we're asking for. So I think it would be beneficial in the long term.
And you would need the help also of the local neighborhood or residents to say, oh, that house is abandoned, to call it in, so that you would be informed in a sense, rather than just drive our streets and looking for distraught properties. So,
Okay, so a motion is on the floor?
Is there a second for the motion?
I second.
Okay. I do want to follow up on Councilwoman Pemberton's comments. I think this is where the police department is going to come in. I mean, just last week, I brought to their attention a vacant house, right? And thank you, Chief, for looking into that. So obviously, I assume there's going to be communication between the police department and officers are going to be told, if you come into contact with any vacant houses, please notify somebody over at code enforcement so they can pursue them into the registry, right?
That is correct, Mayor. And the example you provided was something that was already on our radar in our partnership.
Great. So a motion, we have a second. Any further comment before we take a vote?
No.
Great. Please vote.
It's not
Not
showing
on
on
my
the
s-
screen.
yeah.
Oh, there.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Great. Before we move on to item number 12, Councilwoman Frumeta, you had some comments you wanted to make.
I did. Thank you. Thank you for that. I neglected to ask and add during my council member comments and reports that I would like, at the next council meeting, I would like us to have staff look into looking at term limits, bringing that item for discussion to this council. It's been a very long time since we looked at term limits for the city of Downey, and I think we are at a point where we can have that discussion.
Sounds good. There's a request by Councilwoman Frumeta to have the staff agendize looking into term limits. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Very well, there's a second on that. I would add on that, at some point, I believe cities put together charter reviews. If this is a charter item, term limits, you might want to consider forming a charter review committee, if you will, because it might be a good time to relook at the charter. I had actually talked to our city clerk about other charter items, so just putting it out there. If we might want to be all-inclusive. If there are other things in the city charter that any council member has wondered about or thought about or wishes to change, it might be a good time for staff to look at the charter globally and try to come up with these proposals together. But this one is specifically on term limits.
Yes.
Okay. So do you need anything from us so
No,
we
as
can
long as
discuss
we're
that?
going to limit to that particular item, then I'm good, unless you want to expand
Yes,
it.
no, unless any one of my council colleagues has anything else related to our charter. And I think we will need to
Yes.
also look at the charter at some point.
So we could expand that, so we have to agendize it, so we could expand the agenda item to talk about the charter review in general, if that's the
Yes,
motion of
and
the council.
I do actually have another item that I think should be addressed, and that's the Council District 5. Many cities have a directly elected mayor that is citywide. Citywide, we have one position, which is District 5. I think that it should be, and this would be after I'm gone, by the way. It should be its own district. Based on population comparison, it should just be the 5th district, so that there's 5 districts equally proportioned, 1 vote per council member, and they would continue to rotate the mayoral seat amongst all 5. Or that, and this may have to be taken to the voters, I don't know how it works, that's why I was curious about this charter review, or that it either be a directly mayoral seat elected in the future, citywide, such as El Monte and other cities, or that it be redistricted to just be another equal district in future elections. So I was going to ask for a charter review committee at some point. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but Councilwoman Frumeta, I don't want to overstep. This is your request. If you only want term limits, and that's all at this point that we will proceed on.
Well, you know what, I think you bring up a good point, and I would like to do that, perhaps not next council meeting, only because I know we have a deadline for, if we so choose to include this item on the ballot.
Oh, the
for this
general
year,
election,
the general
understood.
election. And so,
Okay.
but I do agree with you. I think there's a more conversation that needs to happen. But I would like the staff to focus on this item first, and then we can have that conversation
Very
at
well.
a later time.
And just to clarify, this is just for discussion for us to talk at next meeting, correct?
Correct.
Right.
About whether we want to put term limits, extending term limits on the November ballot.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All
So
right.
just to be clear, we're just term limits next time. Got it.
Sounds good. With that said, I am going to now recuse myself as I have a conflict in the remaining item, which is number 12, since we already tabled item 13. So I will ask Mayor Pro Tem Sosa to continue to direct the meeting. I thank everyone for their attendance and to the staff. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll now move into a discussion regarding.
Mayor, before you leave, we didn't take a vote on the. No. Oh, we did.
We did.
Okay.
We'll now move into a discussion regarding beautification of alley off the east side of Downey Avenue between Firestone Boulevard and 2nd Street. That the city council discuss the options for beautifying the alley off the east side of Downey Avenue between Firestone Boulevard and 2nd Street in the downtown area. City Manager Bradley, we have
We have
speaker.
a report for you this evening from our Public Works Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sosa and council members. I have just a very brief presentation for you tonight on an item that council asked us to return to back in March. This is looking at beautification of an alley that is east of Downey Avenue between Firestone Boulevard and 2nd Street. And on this map, I'm indicating where that's located. This is a small city-owned alley that's approximately 50 feet wide, 50 feet long by 20 feet wide. And the photo on the bottom left there indicates kind of what it looks like in its existing condition. Right now, there are, looking at existing conditions of the alley, there are bollards at the east end, which is the end that's right in front of the camera there. There's a street light located near west end on Downey Avenue, which is the opposite side. There are 4 planters on each side of the alley, and at this time, there is irrigation established for those planters to feed those 4 planters. Staff, looking at the limited size of the alley, staff looked at some options for beautification of the alley, looking at adding landscaping, lighting, and also pressure washing the alley along there. The adding of landscaping could be done through a series of planter trellis boxes, as I'm showing here over on the left-hand side. There are plans for the DDIA to commission a mural on one side of the alley, so staff would look to put this on the opposite side of the alley. Options for adding lighting include outdoor patio string lights that could be added through poles added on either side of the alley. If there is found to be a conflict with the mural, we can also explore an agreement with the property owners to suspend lights from the walls through anchor bolts. And finally, we would look a very simple option. We could look at pressure washing the alley and adding a kind of a neutral stain color to the concrete floor. Some additional considerations, as I mentioned before, we already have access to irrigation. There's a streetlight pole box on the west end of the alley where we would be able to tap into and bring electricity for the lighting. As I mentioned, staff would coordinate any improvements with the timing and placement, along with the DDIA commission mural. Approximate costs are roughly $15,000 for these landscape lighting and alley surface improvements. And as I mentioned, if poles are not used due to any conflict with the mural, staff can explore an agreement with property owners to add anchor bolts along both sides to suspend lights from walls if that's so desired. And with that, staff is happy to answer any questions that you might have or seek any direction from the council on how to move forward.
Thank you, Matt. Can you show that previous? I think I just want to review that. Do any council members have any questions or comments at this time?
I do.
Shoot, wasn't quick enough.
Thank you, Matt. in the report, there's the total estimated project cost of 15,000, which you have on the slide. And then there's also, on the report, there is sufficient fund balance from the parking structure painting and security camera project. And there's another 15, the total project funding is 15. So again, that's the 15 that would take care of the other 15.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. And the DDIA will be commissioning the mural. I would like for us to be involved in that process. I don't want to relinquish our say into what goes on that wall.
We can talk to them, but the wall actually is not owned by the city. So, but we can help coordinate and see if we can assist in that process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we know, are they using a local artist? Our local?
Please.
Yes, so we've had initial conversations with the DDIA regarding the murals that they're considering. There's actually a second location as well. So what they are planning to do is to see how our mural project is going to, the outcome of that for the parking structure mural, so they can do something in alignment with the city. So it's more of a holistic approach to the mural project.
Thank you.
And we'd also had shared with them that there's going to be a site plan type of review with the planning department, so we can see what the design of it will be as well.
Thank you. And again, I think we really like the different murals that we have in Downey, but we also, as we move forward with different plans, we want to make sure that it's that holistic approach. So thank you, Vanya. I don't have further questions.
What would you say the estimated time would be? Is it a 4 to 6 week type of a project? And if it was approved, when it would be started and completed? Still in time for summer?
Well, I mean, I think probably in terms of coordinating with the DDIA, I don't imagine we would be prepared for this summer. So we would need kind of, I mean, if they were ready to go and we've coordinated well with them, the actual
But I
project
mean, with the
itself.
lights, isn't that something that's independent that we're doing?
Well,
The lights and planter?
if we were to use poles, that could potentially obstruct the view of the mural. So we would need to kind of have an idea of what they would plan on placing up there if they were to choose one of those walls. So,
okay.
And in general, it would not take very long to do this project.
Yeah, but it might take a little time to coordinate with the DDIA, so it could take a few months, maybe even to the spring, to try to figure out exactly what's going on. So it's not immediate, but it really depends on working with the DDIA and their timeline on things.
I'm used to private enterprise and fast track, right?
Yeah. Well, this one, we're not slowing it down. It's it's another agency.
All right, thank you.
Matt, is the $15,000, that's a one-time deal, or what are the estimated ongoing costs?
I mean, minimal costs for the electricity and the water. We would look at kind of low water use plants that we could train up those trellises, and so minimal use of water and electricity. I can't imagine on an annual basis it would be more than, say, $100, just in terms of those costs. In terms of staff time, there would be obviously maintenance staff time to go out there and stay on top of the plants and just monitor the electricity.
Thank you. Good. All right. No other council member comments or questions? I'll now entertain a motion in a second.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Please vote. Thank you, Matt.
The motion is approved with Mayor Trujillo absent from the meeting.
The city council meeting will now be adjourned in the memory of Sergeant Bill Hooser, Santa Quinn Police Department, who was fatally struck by a tractor trailer when reporting to a traffic stop. Police Officer Jacob Durbin, Euclid Police Department, who was killed while responding to a disturbance call. Gunnery Sergeant Robert James McDonald, Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center at 29 Palms, who was gunned down in a random act of violence while sitting in his vehicle at a park. And Raul Portos Sr., 92, founder of Portos Bakery and Cafe. Moment of silence. The time is 9:32. This meeting is adjourned.